Good morning, good morning. All right, y'all. Happy Friday. Just letting you take a look at what's happening on the 1 hour chart. I'm gonna open up TradingView and set that up. So just give me a couple of seconds. Just take a look at that. While you're looking at that, you want to pull out your journal. I do have the free digital version that you can fill out after you have put all your metrics in. And in the Discord, I will have the PDF version of the exact sheet that I'm using. So let me just, and then put voice on over here. Okay, so this one is set. All right, so, and then, so yeah, I like to go through exactly the same steps that you guys are gonna need to do. So I put on my glasses and go ahead, grab your journal. And like I said, the PDF version is gonna have, it's free. You're just gonna print 30 pages of it for the week, 25 pages. Then you grab your favorite pen, and then we're just gonna work from the top down. So we're gonna start off by putting the date. And this is just about developing healthy habits, especially if you want to become a professional trader. These are things that you need to do. So today's 5/15. Today is Friday. Um, and you want to put under news, you want to put that it's OPEX. And I like to put it under here, under date too, just so that when you start to get your metrics in a row, the digital, free digital version that's on, and it's basic. The paid one goes into more detail, but you get to start to see, do I do better on OPEX? Do I do better on Wednesdays? Do I do better on Tuesdays? Do I do better on data drop days? If I do better on data drop days, what, what's going on there? So you can download it into an Excel or CSX version. Let me see. So, and we're in May. Okay. And then just real quick, I know it's at the top, but let's just knock it out. I'm going to go ahead and put my beginning balance. And then as I'm writing that, I'm just keeping in the back of my mind, I want to protect that balance, especially on Fridays. And then one of the things I also do is just take an inventory of what is the day, what's going on with the day. Um, Mondays tend to be the most lucrative. This past Monday, you know, chose to be different. That being said, Wednesday was also different too. So Wednesdays we tend to consolidate, don't really get a breakout or anything to that effect. But Friday had or Wednesday, y'all, we had a good run, and I did record it. I hope you're seeing this. Well, now what is interesting about this? I was tempted to do calls on Friday. I mean on Thursday to do swings, but I knew that we had OPEX and just not being the strongest trader on swings, I was like, nah, cause so let's take a look at this. So these are all my indicators, just so you guys don't like freak out and stuff. I'm still perfecting those. That's why I don't really push the indicator too much. But like once you learn the rhythm or the reason behind it, you'll eventually just be able to buy it on your own and do your own thing. But I want to show you something here. Uh, There we go. Look at this. So we have basically a gap without, strategy hopping or anything. And it's just so simple. We have this gap here that needs to be filled. Um, I guess for the sake and purpose of just marking it for future levels. But yeah, let's just mark that off. It is a freebie. It's so simple. I usually, I think outside of just my indicator, this is like the only one other. I like Orb as well too, but it just basically teaches you how to look at levels within levels, and then we're just gonna mark this one off too. So the 4 hour lets us know what's happening with the trend overall. this is a good day example of like where the 4 hour, you know, people like to start with the 4 hour. We're back in this range here. And we tend to like to do gap fills. You'll notice on my gaps, we have the, I'm gonna get this word right, the consequent encroachment line, which is that 50% line. And so that's just gonna be when you enter into this area looking for take profit at that level. And then the other thing is, if we fill this level and go back to the downside, or if we break above this, then we can continue, looking for the upside. All right, so there's that. There's the 1 hour. These ones are the two stronger candidates. You might have a retest here on of this level before we continue to the downside, but we're both below, sell below levels here. On the 15 minutes, I love to look at the 15 minute. We already looked at the 1 hour. The 15 minutes, this one tells me we're going to get chopped and screwed. Now, all of last week when I was starting to record, I was trying to, show you guys what basically I call it a liquidation or a percolator choppy zone looks like. And we have not had not one, nan one this whole lot this week. So I'm kind of laughing again today too, because it's just, it's pretty clean. You might start to see a little bit more of a breakout as we get closer to 6:30. But at this point, they're consistently below the sell levels. SPY is in a little bit of a range, but I like how tight this is, meaning that we can expect some type of upward movement. And if we break above this, we're going to try to attempt for a gap fill here. Oh yeah, we have OPEX, but we also have, look at me, I was talking about news, and this is why we have a checklist. So on Friday, 5:30, I like to put down pre-market data. We did have the state manufacturing New York manufacturing index, and that was forecast at 7, came in at 11, y'all. So those are some strong numbers. They chose to sell the data off over the during pre-market. But the way I look at that is that they're looking for buy-in levels to continue to the upside. That's how I look at it. So I know it's just a little bit twisted. 6:15, we did have industrial production. So let me kind of write that down. Also, oh no, 6:15, we do have industrial production. Right now it's forecast at 0.1. We're coming out of a negative. So let's just mark that down. 6:15. Oh, that's in the next 6 minutes for us. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let me. Yeah, we do have, my alarm does go off at 6:15. Okay, so there's that. So we don't have, dual layers of zones happening here. So I'd like to see that. Let's see. And we're likely going to be looking for, oh, this one was on, was it on 15? I just want to make sure you guys actually picked. So there's that. Switch this over to 5. Switch this over to 5. Let's switch you over to 5. Is there anything else? Yeah, it starts to get really simple. So for those of you who are new, this one we're going to be patient and wait. Here we're below the sell below level, so we're going to be looking for the setup to happen for puts to the downside here. And same thing for over here. I'm just going to tighten this up a little bit. Those of you who were here yesterday, my computer is moving much cleaner. We want to make sure if we were profitable, especially after yesterday and Wednesday, Thursday and Wednesday, we do not want to give our profit back. So we're just going to take a light trade. Friday, the MO. I might, you know what, for myself or my like cheat sheet, I might add that as a checklist item, but just I like to go over the MO or how it operates, how these operate. But Fridays, whatever that first trade is, they're going to make their move and then they're going to be done. They're going to be done for the day. And so this is one of those days where you start to remember that you're a trader because of the financial freedom. We don't chase. We don't give profit back. We don't try to make profit just because we didn't make it all week. We have all of next, the rest of the year to make the profit. And there will be a Monday again, and there will be more setups and more positive setups. And so, yeah, just start to check yourself for Am I feeling FOMO? Am I feeling anxiety? Do I feel like I have to make stuff up? Just clear all of that stuff out. All right, I'm gonna take a little break and I'll see you guys in maybe like 4 minutes. Just gonna go grab some. Where's my microphone? All right, I'll be back. Okay, kids, I am back. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and record so on my Instagram. I will say, like, it is kind of fun to have both things going at the same time, but I always am gonna prioritize the trading part of it before anything else. Just want to remind you on your journals, let's just make sure we've marked everything off before I start to do that. Yeah, so we have pre-market levels, and you guys can see that and write it down. So 716, ooh, nice whole number, 710, love that. 283.50, psych number 281.02. 281, whole number. Let's see, 738, whole number there. This one, 740. Ooh, okay. So yeah, let me just do a invite. You guys can listen in. You guys want some music? I learned how to do music. Still trying to decide some style. I think it's under media assets. No. It's under. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time doing this. Ooh, they have new songs. Well, that's okay. Here we go. I was about to say. This is one of my. I like this. All right. So while that's recording, I'm going to make a video for Instagram. Actually, oh, we gotta be all over. Turn it off. Okay. Let's record a video real quick. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Come check us out. We're on YouTube Live. Yes, it is the free version. Just going to walk you through how I take my trades and how my indicator works. So We already have our markets. Our markets. Nope. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Just calling you guys in, inviting you guys in to join us on YouTube. 6:16 on Friday. It is OPEX levels are marked. Gap has been marked. We're going to be looking for puts on IWM below this level. Same thing for QQQ. These two are 20 right now, and then SPY is just a little bit in a little bit of a range. So we're just going to wait for continuation to the upside. We did have a gap that happened pre-market. We had data drop as well, and we do have data dropping at 6:15 Pacific Standard Time. All right, come check this out. My live Discord is on YouTube. Enjoy it while it lasts. Talk to you later. Bye. Okay, so what I'll do is while I'm uploading this, I'll put this for you guys. All right. Let me go in here. What I need to start doing is that's the thing. So not as positive as yesterday. It's okay. Let's see. So that's going to go there. Oh my gosh, how I trade OPEX 5. Oh, you know what? Yeah, so the data should have already dropped because I was putting it here. Let's look at the data and how it dropped. Okay, so there's that. Let me see something. This one is TradingView. I'm gonna show you guys. This one is this off. Yeah, get it. All right, so let's look at the economic calendar. Let me show you guys. I'm gonna try something here because I'm on Discord and TradingView. So let's do this. Okay. So this is my favorite place to go look at the economic calendar. So here you can see on Friday. Let me refresh it. While that's opening. You do have to refresh it. That's the only kind of like annoying thing. But hey, it's free, so we're not complaining, right? Friday, this morning we had data drop. Ooh, this came in hella good. Damn. And we still decided to drop that much during pre-market hours. That's crazy work. But like I mentioned, I think earlier, is that the way you have to look at it is it's not that we're bearish, and we saw the news. It's that they're going to try to look for buy-in levels, right? So they're going to try to buy way down here. When we go back to the chart, you'll see it. When we were forecast at 7, it was trying to tell us something here. What are you trying to tell us, honey? You trying to tell us something? Ooh, look at that. Okay. See if it's another chart. Nope. Okay. And then 6:15, we just crossed over that. So we came in really well here too, guys. We were expecting a point 0.1, and we came in at 0.7. So industrial production is up, way up. I mean, we went from negative month over month to positive to, this one is slightly lower than this one, and then this, that's great. Also, capacity utilization is up just a tad. Industrial production year over year is way up. Year over year, manufacturing production also up. 615. You see manufacturing production way up as well. All right, so with that being said, kiddos, let's go back and look at this chart, and let's just kind of like look at it real quick. We have a little bit of time. For myself and for the, now managing for you guys, I don't like us to go into market open rushed. We're 7 minutes out, which is not the most ideal, but pre-market, we did look at this. That explains, you know, yesterday we were really bullish, and I was even considering a swing, but this is why it's important to understand the behaviors, um, and the seasons, I guess, of like how these ETFs move, because I knew we had OPEX, and OPEX is where open expiration is the third Friday of every month, and so I knew that there was going to be some type of rebalancing. Also knew we had data, so it wasn't the best time to swing a trade, and we closed the market somewhere around here, I think right here. But we were still kind of bullish, expected a little bit of a pullback before we went to the upside. And so, yeah, we had this whole gap down here at 1 o'clock. And because we have these gaps, I do mention on my PR that I like to do one strategy, but my only one favorite one is the gap. It's just simple. Anytime there's a gap, you like to do a gap fill. And I'll show you how it looks without the, oh, my stuff wasn't on there. Okay, let me show you. Good thing you saw that. So we're just going to do that. You can see the gaps here. And so those spaces need to be filled. Okay, so we're going to hide all. Okay. Back to the 5 minute. We have 6 minutes, and so I just want to make sure we're up and running smoothly. I've already done the pre-market analysis. You're welcome to just go back and listen to that. I part of the reason, there's so many reasons. Like, I just made my stuff around the way I wish I had things. When people say back testing, like the way I would use these videos and the reason I have them there is just, you can put it on silent and just start to pick any day and say, okay, I'm gonna watch the first 1 hour of the market open, and I'm gonna see, how does this indicator play out? When does it fire? How do I get in and out of my trades, right? That would be my version of back testing, and that's why I decided to record live or have these live. At some point, I will just have the recording up for later review, and then people can study them later. But that's how I would look at it, right? Just pick a day, because I feel like even though you do quote unquote back testing, these move a certain way. Like, it, it it just is what it is. That's the best way I can explain it. When I even try to do back testing, and even with the slowest setting, um, I will notice that uh, it just you're gonna see what I mean. Like, see how it's moving in live, uh, like live right now. If it's in back testing, especially on TradingView, it kind of like jerks around, so you don't get to see. how this wick really unfolded. You're just gonna see boop boop, right? As opposed to like over here, you can see, how it's rejecting off of this VWAP and stuff. All right, so these two, let's see what's going on here. These QQQ and IWM, we would be looking for puts. So we're gonna just respect the technicals today. We're not gonna rush. We're gonna wait for at least for the first 5 minutes for data, understanding that there's gonna be a lot of volatility at open because not only is it OPEX, but um, we had data and people are trying to figure out, do I want to hold this position or do I want to continue to, add for the upside? SPY, even though we don't like the swings that it's in, it's more likely to give us a clean setup if we can break it up here. Another level to look for are these previous day highs. We talked yesterday about how when it comes to ETFs, especially IWM, they love to sell off of this level. See what's going on with IWM. Since we're talking about you, we're not just going to talk about you behind your back. We're going to get in front of it. We talked yesterday about how there are enough institutions to where they are just waiting for this previous day low to buy off of it, and it will recalibrate when market opens. I still have mixed feelings about um, yeah, but nonetheless, this is the previous day low and previous market high. Gonna try to decide if we're going to build to the upside for the rest of May off of this level, or if we're going to continue to the downside. So, all right, open your TradingView if you haven't already. I mean your Robinhood. So I'm just gonna kind of chill a little bit. Already have my Red Bull, but just relaxing my heart rate, relaxing my nervous system. We see price trying to make that break above here. Um, if we do break above here, just wait for a retest. We have some resistance here on the 200 moving average that lines up right around previous day high right there. So we might have like a little bit of a rejection, retest, and then we can look for upside here, and then go for that gap fill. Let's see. So we're gonna save this. Alright. We have 1 more minute to market open. 3 minutes is trying to tell us puts, but I feel like, I feel like I'm gonna go for a little bit of a higher time frame. Although the 3 minute does, yeah, 3 minutes is setting us up for a call. So let's just kind of stay on here. Even though it's set for puts, and this is why, you kind of have to understand the time frames too. Um, this one is a little bit quicker, a little bit more volatile, but you want to look at it in terms of uptrend, of the overall trend. Still going to be cautious just because we're still below this sell below level. But I'm thinking the strongest probabilities for us right now are SPY, because SPY is close to this buy above level and will help get us into filling that gap much quicker than SPY and QQQ right now. Okay, so market is open. This one is starting to set us up for calls. This is why we wait for the first 5 minutes. Just relax. Regulate your nervous system. We are not missing out on anything. Yes, it is Friday. Yes, they're going to make the first move, their best move. And we have to be okay with, okay, I've made profit with the week. And we're going to be okay. And the goal is to, go into the weekend strong. See, 5 minute was prepping for puts. I like to have a little bit of a stronger timeline to work with. We're buying off of that previous month high. Look at this. Strong buy off of that previous month high. Definitely sell, buying off that level. And this is why I like the video, because you get to see just exactly how strong it starts to move. QQQ, we're trying to decide what to do with this VWAP. Over here, we do have a little bit of a support level that it's looking for. And we have turned this resistance where, you know, sellers have stepped in here right at this level. Then I have a little bit of chop in here. We have a bearish engulfing. Ooh, okay, so if you want to look at it set up to the downside, we're going to be looking at IWM right now has the best setup. When you start to see this paint, you want to start getting ready for puts. Like only within 1 minute. Ooh, for the day. All right. I'm expecting for puts on the day. Let's see that. Mm-hmm. Let me put the light on. Mm-hmm. Ooh, for the day, strong push to the downside. Ooh, you want to be careful with the more advanced players might have gotten that put off of they might have already gotten in on this 1 day put prep because the same way this is kind of strong on the 3 minute when you have the 1 day you know that it's going to move but very quickly and so this one I would this would be for advanced um, day traders that if you see this 1 day I did scalp a little bit because I knew that the 3 minute and the 5 minute were kind of lined up and we were below the sell below. And we have the 1 day, but this will snap back pretty quickly and look for a retest level, maybe like right around here. So the pullback can be kind of strong. Okay. And I mean, I was quickly taking into account that we had, these were also moving to the downside. Okay. But I wouldn't recommend trying to jump in unless you know, or you have this management. I pretty much could be done for the day, but I want to walk you guys through a clean setup here. I'm just a couple of dollars away from another gold price, and so, ooh, the temptation. I'm gonna kind of low key write it down as my last. The other reason I'm saying this that move would be for advanced. For those people who are advanced and you're watching this, maybe in the replay, if you know, you know. Um, the other reason I would say this is for advanced, is because if you're new, and yes, you see the 3 minute lining up, and you kind of understand that we're below this sell level. When you place an order, especially on Robinhood, for the within the first 5 minutes, you have to place a limit order, and it may or may not fill your order. And what ended up happening with me is like you'd start chasing, and then you'd end up buying down here. Let's see. Let's kind of just see what's happening here. I'm expecting a little bit of a pullback. You can be experiencing FOMO because it can feel like we're missing out on this news right here. You just have to trust the process. Kind of have to remember too that these are notorious for kind of like bouncing below here and then, or like falling below here and then building off of this previous month high. Let's just be cautious. Whereas if you wait for the first 5 minutes, then you can get market orders on Robinhood, which allow you to get get in and get out quicker. And we had a strong buyers step in here, so I'm just cautious with QQQ. So we're gonna go for withdrawal right here. Same thing here with fill here. Looks like this one's going for this level here. We are due for a pullback though. You can see we're buying off of this level right here. Buyers, that there's something down here that buyers. This is a for shorts. This is a take profit level here. Of course, I feel like I could have held a little bit longer on the daily. But I don't want to be greedy. And I already, ooh, heck yeah. I had bought my contract for, let me tell you guys, 114, got a 133. And right now the contract is going for 167. Well, let's just wait. Let's see what's happening on the 5 minute over here. Yeah, so this is what I'm expecting. I'm expecting a little bit of a pullback. If you want to look at, I would be considering puts on IWM just because it's going to give us mean that we have the setup. This is part 2 of the setup. Whereas these, the setup hasn't happened yet. This will be the first break below the VWAP here on QQQ. Let's just see what happens in the next 33 seconds. I guess this would be considered like a pullback a little bit. We are trying to pull back a little bit here, so let's just be cautious. I am looking for puts on this one because this has a cleaner setup in terms of this is part B. So I'm in contract, and I'm going to get out really conservatively. Put it at market orders. See where I'm starting to have some buyers step in here. I'm going to see if I can hold until we get to here. We're going to keep a very tight stop loss. I'm keeping an eye on this too because we do have a very high volume of buyers stepping in here. I'm going to breathe through it. I'm thinking we're going to try to get one more push down here. It doesn't look like it's going to happen because if it's mirroring, these are both green. Yeah, no. I'm going to keep a very tight stop loss. Yeah, now. We were due for a pullback. Let me see how much did I get back. More than I would have wanted to. That's the thing, like it chewed up my profit. Nasty work. And I will say this is why it's good to stick to your rules too, because you'll know that it tells you entry when the levels mark. Let me see. Get that got stopped out. Nice rejection there. Nice rejection there. Nice rejection here too. Let's see if we can get some type of push to the downside here. Just take profit level. Nice rejection here off of VWAP on QQQ, and SPY also having a strong rejection off of VWAP here. SPY would be another good one to watch, just because every time we see this prep, we know that we're getting ready for a setup, and then you're going to look for some paint, and then you can get below these levels right here and hope for this hit. We don't have a prep yet on QQQ. I'm watching for a take profit at this level right here. Just hoping for a push going into that level. We have buyers stepping back in. Okay, there's our final push. Your inputs in this one. Probably going to, just divide the limit here. For me, fine. Oh. Stressing me out. Okay, let's take a look at SPY. I like how SPY is setting up. Thing with SPY is you gotta keep a eye on it. You can also look at QQQ. We have the prep, and now we're getting ready for confirmation on prep. This one, be careful. This is a stop short, so we can have buyers stepping in here. Just be careful right here. Okay. This one, you might have a little bit of a pullback here, a little bit of a fight before we continue back to the downside here on IWM. Okay. We have previous week high here, so we have some buyers stepping in. Just want to be cautious on SPY. We can break below this level. Previous week high, we might have buyers stepping in, just be careful with SPY. And then we can see for the day, we can hold a little bit longer, which really doesn't happen a lot, but when it does. Yeah, so there we have buyers. It liquidated these people. And there's that strong pullback that I was telling you about. We might go back down, but we have a lot of buyers stepping in. But basically, they liquidated shorts right here. Or they're just taking their profit. So you want to be careful because they're kind of turning this support level. They're buying off of this, turning into support. And this is what I was trying to tell you. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. Just gotta think of like people who have their hard stops here. It's gonna come through, screw them out, lock them out of their position, and then go completely reverse. So just have to be careful. And there was that temptation to kind of jump in because it's like, oh look, we're going down, strong investment down. Right. So hopefully it made that easy for you guys. At this point, I would say like we've had such a strong move the first 15 minutes in that if you haven't already made profit, just fight that impulse to want to try to jump back in. Okay. Let's just wait for a clean confirmation. I would say in terms of setups, IWM and SPY have the cleanest setups for more downside. We're going to wait for put entry on SPY and IWM. QQQ right now, the way that my stuff is set up, it's not giving us the cleanest breakdown right now. So anytime you see this, you start pulling up the puts. Now in terms of IWM in this one, if you're in here, you're not going to be looking for calls, right? Whereas here, you want price to come back down here. This one, we're still below this level, so we might retest into this level and then wait for a break to the downside before we get down, and then we get the indicator tells you to go into push. Also, when you have these higher time frame like the days, this is kind of what I expected. We come down, but we're gonna have pretty much that same thing that happens like with the 15-minute or the 1 hour or 4 hour. Let's look at the 15-minute on this one because the 15-minute is going to give you an idea, better idea of what's happening. Let's see here. Oh, why did you do that? So on the 15-minute, I must have missed the glass. The 15-minute, yeah, at 6:15 we had a put entry, so we already hit 15%, 200%. So yeah, they might come up to like the 100 level, come and retest this level. So we have the 1 day. I would say if you're gonna wait for puts, you're gonna wait for this to come back down. I would basically wait for a price to come up a little bit higher. Here we have an engulfing right here of QQQ, but it doesn't have, it hasn't done the technicals we need. And you'll know we're in part B when we're in this level right here. I made it has a keynote. You can see there's that pullback that we needed. So right now I'm in between IWM and SPY in terms of being the best opportunities. This one is much better because we're still below this red zone right here, this breakout zone, whereas this is way up and above 50% of this green candle. We're still below, but just kind of cutting it closer than I would like. I would like to see SPY come and hold below here before we finally make that break to the bottom. Right now, IWM is in the lead. QQQ, bless his heart, today is like, is doing its own thing, and then we have prep for call to the upside. So I'll just practice the caution. With that being said, because these tend to move in tandem, if this is telling you prep for the upside, yes, they kind of move on their own, but just be careful of a major pullback up right here on IWM as well. Yeah, so there you can see SPY is kind of twinning with QQQ right now. They're making moves for the upside. Just be patient and wait for it to serve. We're about 30 minutes into the market. Advanced traders would have caught this one day move. But at least now you have that under your belt of what to look for, and you can try to learn how to play it. And that's, you know, what moves you from being a beginner to intermediate to advanced. You have to have seen a couple of things, right? And you now understand how my indicator works for the setup, right? Because this is what's happening. When it says prep, it means that we're having a breakout on the daily level. The shading is no longer there, but basically on the one day, this was starting to form. And so, but with that being said, it's starting to knock up this level. Yeah, we're gonna try to make it to the upside here. Remember I told you guys that they're gonna try to look for buy-in levels, so it's not necessarily that we're there, it's just that we're trying to, if you want to be cautious, this was a previous market right here if I remember correctly, so just be cautious. We are still below, sell below levels here, so that's why I'm just being careful to be called. Whereas SPY wouldn't have made it so close. Let's go to the 1 hour. Just take a look at what's happening. We have 3 candles to the downside, so we're due for a couple of upside candles and possibly retest of this level before we decide if we're going to go down and then move back up. So just be cautious there, you guys. Great check-in point to manage your emotions. Take a breath. If you've already made profit for the day, then I would just close my computer down and head out. Honestly, like I was able to catch this trade here. Let me see how much I made for the day. I just have to be okay with that. And I think I need to be just Let's take a look at what's happening on the 1 hour, just to kind of give you guys an idea of what to anticipate. Because top of the hour, there's always some indication of what will happen. We have buyers stepping in it here. You can definitely see that happen here with QQQ and SPY. That song I have in my head is like, you know, like they always tell you bad days don't last forever, and that's one of those things about Fridays. It's not that it's bad, but it's just like the puts don't always last forever, and they move fast. But okay, so we have this might be what we need right here. This bullish right here. Okay, I mean bearish, but bearish, bearish, bearish. I like it. I like it a lot. If you want, you can look at IWM for puts. It's setting up nicely as long as we're in this red area. SPY invalidated its put zone. So right now IWM is the only one that's kind of continuing to show movement for the downside. We have a bearish engulfing right here on QQQ. Okay. But it hasn't given us a shading, which is basically right the step before we make a move. And SPY has invalidated its put zone. So the strongest candidate right now is going to be this one. If you want to pull up puts on IWM, um, it's going to tell you what our take profit and stop loss levels are. The conditions are met for the technicals. Ooh, beautiful move here. So engulfing both of the bodies of this candle right here. When the sunshine first shines together, I'll be there forever. So long as you stand to the most to get to the end. Just watching to see what happens here. This is going to try to decide if it opens below here. Then we have a little bit more downside, and this is a major level right here. Let's just see. I would not touch 5 right now. You want to keep an eye on it, but right now the preps are to the upside, and we don't have any green paint. So this one has the best setup right now. We have 28 seconds on IWM. We have buyers stepping in off of this level right here. 13 seconds, heart pounding. All right, setting your head with your stop loss and what your risk management is and how you want to end Friday. Okay, so if this does give us a setup, let's see. Opened a little bit higher than I would have liked on there. We have preps for puts on QQQ. This one is another indicator I have on here that it does, it's like a hyper supersonic one, but I'm just still testing it, so yeah. There's no shading as well to give you kind of like an idea. This one has a penis set up right here on IWM. Just gotta be patient. We were due for a pullback. All three of them, the girls are all moving in the same direction. They're all bullish right now. Just breathe through it. Breathe through it. You want to see what it does with 50% of this level. We're still below VWAP. And below these past EMAs right here. So we are due for a pullback. And then you want to see a strong wick and sellers stepping back in, giving this kind of confirmation to the downside. This is a key level right here. So what they're kind of deciding to do with that. Let's see. So here you can see consolidation. Like if you like train your eye to look at this right here, or for those of you familiar with orbs, we're still in this range. I'll not be looking for calls off of the 3 minute because we're still below the sell level and it's a much smaller time frame. Okay, that's just me. What we're looking for is a 5 minute for the downside. Confirmation for the downside here. Beautiful sell off here off of QQQ. I'd like to see price kind of maintain below this level right here. Beautiful in terms of like that 50% level, rejecting off of VWAP. Let me check. Whenever I hear that sound, that means something went wrong with my Discord. Yeah, you guys are still there. Okay. IWM can give you a setup here. This is the strongest candidate. This one is not as clean because it's still between this range right here. This one, if you're going to do sells, you do have, you're still below a sell below level. And we're rejecting off of this level right here too. Okay. We still have it open a little bit higher right here. It would have been better if it opened right here. So it's still a little bit higher. You don't have confluence for downside. Whereas this one we opened below, kind of like that for IWM. Where we've been trading for half an hour. So, candles are getting smaller here. This is, they're trying to decide if they're going to buy off of this level. That's what's happening right here. That fight that you see happening here. SPY has decided to kind of go 3 minute again, but again cautious with the 3 minute. You kind of have to understand the 3 minute and the 15 minute right now. A little bit of volatility, but the trend is we're going down. at least for IWM. Right? Just trying to come down here, and buyers are just stepping right back in. Yeah, you can see buyers are strong right here. They're strong, strong, honey. Right now, they all have their own version of the green candle, but all of them are in tandem right now. And that's what I like to see. I like to see them all moving in the same direction at the same time. We're turning this okay, we're rejecting this zone right here. And we're opening below it, so. And we have the candle down, two candles up, so we can kind of anticipate a little bit more downward movement. But the candle would need to open on a lower. You want to wait for candle close and try to anticipate a move right now. And just reminding you on the daily. Let's take a look at the 1 hour. You have an hour. I mean, the 1 day. Um, it had triggered for the daily downside. So let's just see if it's starting to commit for that. Let's see if, interesting. This is for the 1 hour. We might want to come up here and touch VWAP before we continue to the downside. Gotta be patient. Patient. On the 15-minute, you can see that it hits a 200% level. So to me, like anytime it has satisfied one of these take profit level stuff, that's where you start to just understand that the move has happened, whether you caught it or not, and don't try to force. So the 15-minute was the move of the day, especially with the day put thing. Um, and just be at peace. Like, okay, the move happened. You're not always going to catch every single time frame. This is why I like to have the 15-minute. But the reason we didn't catch it is because you're going to see it down here. The 15-minute was at 6:15, and I don't like to normally take stuff off of anything pre-market, but it was there. So if you saw the prep for put, and then 6:15 it went off, and then let's see. So this was 6:15. So as soon as market opened at 6:30, and then you had the daily, then yeah, those two were in tandem, and you got that downside move. Okay, so anything else I wanted to show you guys for today? So it's still bearish. Um, we're just waiting for at least on IWM coming back up into this range, which if you're familiar with Ford, um, you have attempt to break out or come play around this 50% level and then continue the downside, or we'll just start to build a base above to the upside. So this one is just not. This is like a C setup right here. We don't have a breakout out of here. So we did have some paint for the downside, and I was thinking move, and that's why you want to stick to technicals because um, your gut would be like, oh yeah, we're already coming down here. The red paint is setting up, and we're going to sell below. I'm gonna jump in, and I'm gonna definitely catch that move. Turn that. Nope, nope. Gotcha, gotcha. Right here, right. So you got people on a Friday stuck in this nasty little range. QQQ also had paints to the downside, but it invalidated its zone as well. Let's look at IWM. Looking at IWM, and I hope you kind of, if you watch the replay, that rejection, you're gonna start to train your eye to look for. And this is why I feel like my trading got better when I had all three, because instead of trying to like force something on this one, I could see what's happening, especially when all three of them did it at the same time. My eye caught it, that strong quick rejection right off of this level right here. So even though it's not painted on here, you could I saw when it kind of flicked down and my eye moved over it real quick here. See that we're rejecting this level right here. All at the same time, it happens really quickly. Like if you do back testing, it doesn't quite show you how it moves. You can go back and watch it, but yeah. So this one has the best bearish setup right now. The other two are going up, which is not the best. Like there's convergence, right? Ideally, these are both below sell below levels. This one is still kind of stuck in a range, a little bit higher up than I would have liked to see. But yeah, and just kind of accepting. Okay, we're almost 45 minutes in. If we didn't catch that move, the thing about Fridays is they like to be in and out quick. The move of the day was IWM. You know, I explained to you how advanced traders would take it, but this is just you're gonna put that in your pocket and you're gonna know what to do the next time that it happens, and you're gonna put that in your journal. If pre-market you see 615, put for put, and then you have the 1 day put alert go off. And then you just know that you're going to go in with a limit order versus a market order, and just write that down, possibly to a take profit level. Taking profit along the way. And yeah, you know, that's what's going to set you apart there. Um, Now we have calls. Trying to do calls. I, I'm just me. I'm not too hot on calls, just because. What is this right here? You just reply. I'm gonna try to bounce above this and then play a little bit of pocket here. We have 200 here. And previous day low here. The thing about previous day low, we haven't touched it yet, and I know sellers love to wait, but they're just hungry waiting right here to just take this thing down. Previous day low, and then but we are going to try to fill this gap up here. And so that move is going to be, break above here, come to this 50% encroachment. I'm going to tell you guys the word right now. Consequent encroachment, and then move to the downside or attempt to fill the gap up. So, some people that trade the gap, I think they would look for this, like into the calls, and then get all the way up to here. But that's not my just look at that. Let me see if I can get a QQQ. I'm gonna try it. Trade responsibly here, you guys. Ooh, if you didn't already, if you haven't, let's try it. Let me try this one. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. So I am in calls for QQQ. I'm gonna get out exactly if it hits this 30% level, and I'm gonna be done. Mm-mm-mm. All right, I'm out. Try to get out on the. Ooh, girl. I'm done for today, y'all. Hope you caught it. The reason I got out a little bit earlier is because we had this monthly or this whatever. But yeah. Woo! I'm crept up on us. I'm officially done. I hit my every time I do this, like I just gotta spin my teeth. Woo! at my account. I hope, the reason I put the 7 day, and I'm willing to work with people. Like, I really want more people to kind of get like how I had to go through a lot to get this stuff, but I hope that you saw how quick it is to just move it and get that quick scalp. It's gonna take you time to learn it. Okay, like, what do you mean you already got in and got out? And this is why I don't like when they have to text you stuff, because what do you mean you already got in and out? I like texting you. Now, that being said, you can try to hold a little bit longer, for these levels. By the time I text it to you and you try to open up your stuff, baby, the move already happened. And then you're going to be holding your breath for it to hit this level. You're going to hit resistance here. Yep. So right in between these two levels, I'm already conservative. I'm always going to try to cut a little bit shorter here. But this level right here, this previous week high, is, they like to step in here and buy or sell or do whatever, fast and hard and strong. So yeah, if you want to still look for a setup on SPY is a silent keeper. So she, like how she's doing this prep right now while you're watching all this other stuff, if you missed this one, you can try for this one. She's going to start to paint green, give you confirmation to the upside here. So if you feel like you kind of missed out on something, you can look at SPY, doing setups for calls. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm done trading. I'm going to put this as my ending balance, point blank, period. I'm not keeping my profit for today. We are keeping my profit up. Look at that. So we're hitting 50%. Again, take your profit, because we're going to have sellers step in here at this level. And you can keep a runner and see. There we go. So if you're looking for calls, let's talk you through this one since this move already happened. On SPY, we're starting to have paint. Expect a little bit of pullback here and a retest on SPY. Okay. And our strongest candidate over here, IWM, is now starting to move to the upside. So we hit 50% here, definitely take profit. Um, SPY is starting to build up. I am tempted to look at SPY. I'm gonna open it. Invalidated, okay? Just gotta wait for candle close. And even if it does open above, you want to be careful, because there's gonna have to be a retest of this level before you continue to the upside. So just trade cautiously here. A little bit of profit taking at this level. You're still gonna have to retest this level before we hit that 100%. But yeah. And let's see. Don't be greedy, you guys. Do not be greedy. We got a little tiny move today. End it green and go about our weekend. Okay? And you gotta be able to pivot. I feel like even my personality, I'm a little bit rigid, but you gotta. One thing about trading, you gotta learn how to pivot. So here we opened below, kind of expected that. We opened below here, so just be cautious. We have runners, that's okay. I would expect a little bit of bounce right here at this level, where they're going to retest this level and then try to push back up to the upside. So just keep that in mind there. SPY, we opened above, but it didn't fire because the conditions haven't been met yet. But this is looking good for to the upside. I would say if you're going to get in calls, um, as long as you're here in this candle, you can stay bullish. Only thing is, just know you got PDL team over here waiting to do some shorts. They've been hungry, stay waiting for this. So, okay, there you go. All of the girls are firing to the upside. This one's going to have a little bit more resistance. QQQ is going to try to, you're going to have a little bit of a retest here, point blank period, but it's going to try to go for that 100% level. Not meaning that your contract is going to be worth 100%. There's just, when I would observe it, there's something about these levels that you see they respect it, right? 30%, 50%. And I'd be like, why are they exiting. What's going on over there? This, it just is what it is. So you're gonna see when it hits this level, it's gonna like hit it to the T. I would just be cautious with IWM, but the same way QQQ kind of reversed and went bullish in this sell below zone, you can probably have the same thing happen with IWM. IWM tends to be bullish. We have a lot of banks backing small caps, but here we're going to have a retest of previous high. Just a little bit of up and down before we continue to push it upside. So nice strong candle through this zone right here. Nice break above here on spine. Okay. Look at that. They're trying to decide right here, are we going up or down or not? But we tend to be bullish. Even with all that bleeding that happened over here, they're trying to get that Friday rally. You can see the indecision. For those of you who know your candles, you have that indecision at this level. Buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers level. Buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers level. Same thing here. Buyers, sellers level. Buyers, sellers level. Okay, if they decided buyers are going to step in off of this level. And the thing about this strategy that I like the most is that usually when this team, like I talk about PDL being a team, when this plays off, they like to get their 100%. So if you look at your contract and you're close to 100%, I would go off of that. They like to get their one-to-one move. But one thing I like about this strategy is that a lot of institutions use it, and or a lot of people, enough people use it that when it fires, it's a higher probability that this setup is gonna hit its level. Right? This one I feel like it's gonna try to fire for upside, but just be careful. This is the 200, which is a strong level, and previous day lows is a strong level as well too. So those are it's just part of the risk that comes with it, right? It's just part of the risk. It's not. I'm not putting the strings or anything. You just got to be prepared to be like, okay, if I lose money on this, was it still an A plus setup? Was it an A setup? Did I have no business taking that setup? Here, this one, we're above the buy above levels, so and you're taking calls above this level, so that would make sense, right? This one, you're right at the sell below level, so just cautious. Whereas this one, you're in a sell below zone, which this one was too, and so I took risk knowing, you know, IWM, I love you, but I. So we have sellers trying to step in here. Then some PDLers were like, we're not going to wait until PDL. We're going to short it at the previous month high. Yeah. Y'all, look at this. So all three of the girls are kind of rejecting off of this level at this time. Doesn't mean that we're not going to have profit. I mean, we're not going to have hires because um, we still have to retest this level right here. And then we can have a little bit more upside. Ooh, what happened here? Hold on, where's the candle? Oh, we opened below this level. Not, no bueno. No bueno. No bueno. But we're still kind of bullish. Manage your risk right here. Still kind of bullish. And let's see how it reacts to these levels. If it's going to bounce off of that. These are my supersonic EMAs, my fast. And super fast EMAs right there. I'm hungry. This has been happening. Uh, it's because I'm doing a lot of energy. Expending a lot of energy this early in the morning. I'm doing much better with the talking now. I knew that would come with time. Okay, so here you see that we're bouncing off of this super fast EMA. Buyers kind of step back in here, and we're buying off of this previous. Your girl. I'm gonna work on the indicator a little bit. I haven't been pushing the indicator, but so there's some stuff. I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, but it's trying to, people are trying to buy off of this previous week high. It's a major level. Same thing here, previous month high. So the PM major, all these people who like to sell off of these levels, and that's why I have it on my indicator, is because they've been waiting for that, and they've been waiting for the retest, and now they're stepping in on that. We opened below here, so we came, tested it. We tried to break to the upside, and they said, "Nah, we're shorting." And then they took their little coins, and then now it's retesting this level, strong wick off of here. Yeah, at this point, it's just what you can tolerate with the technicals. These are stop loss for calls right here. And we're still in this zone, so we might have a little bit of a bounce. Could wait for candle close here. And if you like to trade SPY, you're going to watch how it works here, so that next time because they move consistently. SPY has its own characteristics. This one has its own, this one has its own, but they kind of almost together. Right now, all three are pulling back. This one's coming into a rebuy level. And then you have where we're coming for previously higher, they're going to try to get this profit here. Buyers stepping in off of this super fast EMA. Because some people only do 8, 8 EMA, 8 and 9. But your girl has a super fast one right here. Because again, I was like, what the hell are they bouncing off of? Yeah, that's why. We got buyers stepping in off of this. I don't know what the heck. The power heck. So we had prep for the upside, but once we understand what you're looking at, like we were trying to come to the upside, but we got the previous month high that we're rejecting right here. They're rejecting previous month high, previous week high being rejected right here, and this buy level rejected hard right here. If you wanted to, you could look at IWM for flip. Just pull it up, but wait for the indicator to go off. And this allows you to just wait for confirmation, right? Trying to decide if it will drop really hard off of this, because these are stop loss areas for calls. So liquidators be people that add their hard set here, opened above. Ooh, invalidated the, oh, it's a reset of the call zone. Today we're not paying attention to 3 minute, and the reason my rationale is in talking it out is because we have the 1 day indicator, and that to me is, you know, we don't get that high of an indicator. Um, and the 3 minute, it does play a role. Um, the higher content precedent. This is rebuilding its case for calls. This is also rebuilding its case for calls. Building orders here, but it's still below this buy above level. So just be cautious. What time is it? 7:30. It's 1 hour into the market. I would say If you make profit on this move right here, call it a day. Don't try to jump back in. IWM, if you make profit on that download, we're kind of like in a stopping zone for 1 hour in. If you're experiencing decision fatigue at this point, even with me doing all the talking and talking with you what I'm seeing, just go ahead and call it a day. Capital preservation is a strategy, right? Cash is a position. And one of the things I try to do for myself, but also for you guys, is I don't want to go into the weekend with a loss or with an L or giving back profit. So tend to be a little bit more conservative, but just part of what comes with the territory. So yeah, you saw me kind of check in where we are. We're 1 hour out from market open. One thing you know about Fridays is that they like to get their steak and get in and out. Volume is dropping as well too, right? So it's just showing that it's, like I was saying, it's showing it's bearish. Ooh, we got sellers stepping in right here. And you can see all three of them are doing the same thing. They're just clicking hard. Man, and then let me try to get the screenshots for this real quick, because what people don't know is that when you're doing the content creating side of it, you don't get those pictures. You're gonna get hooked. Let me see if it gives me anything on that. Already exists. Well, well, if it already exists, why can't I find it? Now I'm being rude to the thing. Okay, so this was the play of the day here on IWM, and then I need to capture what happened on QQQ, and SPY hasn't done anything yet. And I'm really hungry, so I know my those are going to be too important. Mm. Is it this one? Yeah, yeah, it is this one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then, ooh, do this. Mm-hmm. You're getting percolated in this zone right here. We have confirmation for cost to us on QQQ. So we have that little bit of a pullback. We're going to try to take above this level again. Pullback here, healthy bullish engulfing candle here. And we finally broke above this level, this buy above level. Mm. I think SPY is the only one that hasn't had a the indicator fire yet. it's building the conditions. But like I said, I'll be very careful right here. Look, this is a take profit level. This is a slow moving here. And this previous day low. They waiting for y'all to clear. They're like, I wish you would try to move. Try to continue above this level. Okay. So while y'all are doing that, I'm gonna post on Instagram. I'm gonna put some music for you guys. Is it this one? Space. I'm gonna post on Instagram. Oh, why did you do that? Are you guys supposed to? You guys send me on I hope you guys can hear me. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Ooh, I don't feel like the mic is picking me up. Oh, there we go. Alright. Nice. Fire stepping in here. We're gonna try to push through this stuff right here. We got this nice strong base. We're gonna push through here. IWM. I mean, SPY. You're so cute. Okay, so we have this break of brush again. Coming live streaming. Looks like this one should have more downside right here. Oh, y'all can tell on my social media. You know what? Let me the music because I'm done posting now, but I just had the music while I was posting, and it's making sense slower on the stream. But let's see. Yeah, so this is what I like to call the percolator zone at one point in time. It's not quite the orb, but when I used to mark orbs, I would call it the percolator zone. And these people just getting worked up in here to work, honey. It's like 1 minute we're going up, and then now we're going down. So yeah, you want to see break above below here. Let's see what else here. It is attempting, so you have a nice amount of call people in here, but this level keeps getting you. You keep having sellers stepping in here, and look at this. Keep trying to push to the downside. Same thing here. Level, wick, wick. Yeah. And that's one of the things they teach you, like most whatever. I'm gonna hop off. I'm a little bit tired of talking. It's Friday, but you want to see how price reacts at these levels. And right now, it keeps rejecting off of this level. You keep getting sellers stepping in here. So, all right, y'all. It's Friday. We want to get in the habit of not over trading on Fridays. We want to get that one. I already posted it on Instagram, but we had two moves within I would say within the first hour and a half, just to be fair, right? Because we're right now it's so 7:30, yeah, 6:30, 7:30. That would have been 1 hour. I would say like within the first hour and a half. The last was right here on QQQ at 7:20, and so if you want to eyeball anything, I would say this one has a set up to the downside, but it's not matching these other two. They're trying to get their short to the downside off of this level right here. So you might have a little bit more continuation to the downside here. This one, you're still at sell below levels right here. So then I would say this is like A for the downside, not an A plus, but an A setup. You can break below here and it fires for the downside here. And then this would be B for me. Um, in terms of just trying to break above. And then this one is just going to be a C for me. C setup. Although, hey, it came through. It came through and I was able to catch something there, but nasty work. Sorry about this. Sad. Why would you short from there? I mean, we know why, but it's just like infuriating. So red, red, red. Small candles with a little bit of a bounce and attempt to the upside again here. Now I'm checking my Robinhood to see if I want to do one more trade. Too bad. Okay, let me check something. Knowing damn well that I actually did get on profit for Friday, and I don't need to be in these streets again doing no other type of puts or nothing. Yeah, I'm good with that. It's looking good for puts right here. And IWM. Mm-hmm. Sure is. This one looks better for puts just because the low VWAP is below the sell below level, VWAP and the fast CMAs. And we have this set up to the downside. It has a stronger likelihood for puts than this one and this one. Because this one is showing green for upside, and then this is invalidated what is supposed to be green, and it doesn't have anything, for prep. This is part B. This red part is part B for puts, right? So, and we stay below this 50% level. We tried to break to the upside, and then we're ending up on the lower half of the consequent encroachment here for this level. Okay, let's see. We have strong buyers off of this, the very bottom, disgusting, very bottom of this like block with the upside here. Don't hold on any longer than you need to. Just still below this sell level and do not cut. These are stop loss levels, and if these get tapped again, we're gonna have more downside. Pretty hard. Come down and touch this VWAP right here. Yep, just invalidated calls. So if you were bullish, candle close. If you decided with the candle close, I'd like to see it open higher, but all of the girls are moving to the downside. Look at how both of these are wicking at the same time right here. I'd love to see it. Okay, so IWM is breaking its case for downside. I'm gonna take a look at puts for IWM. If it gives us the setup, just curious. Okay. How are we doing? Ooh, did this already fire? No, it didn't. The level for it never did. Okay. Look at the candle open. I'm buying off of VWAP right here. Also, kind of buying off of VWAP right here. This level right here. Mm-hmm. See what happens the next 2 minutes. Buyers slipping in off of VWAP. This is where they were looking at buying off of. IWM was showing sympathy at that level. Just watching it. We did have a pullback expected here, but we do have, if it's mirroring these two, mirroring the case from that upside. I'm trying to see the support. So I'll be back on Discord. This one is showing bullish. Nice rejection off of VWAP, strong buy level. I have using some strength here on buy. I'm checking to see if we can stay below this level here on IWM. We have some selling pressure here on our three. These ones seem a little bit more obvious than the other ones. Buyers stepping back in. This one going validated here. 29 seconds. Oh, that's going to say 25 seconds. See what happens, but it kind of closes. If it opens below these short levels right here, then it's going to drop a little bit more. It's basically liquidating people who have their stop losses right here. Let's just wait for the candle close and see what happens. We open below these supersonic. No, it's showing that we have another study here on the 3 minute. No, it's showing on the 3 minute. Oh, on the 15 minute that we're in the. See what those levels look like. $15 is a little bit kind of hard for me to work with. We did have a previous 15 minute. We did have a previous 15 minute to the downside, and the daily is showing signs for downside as well. But I find the 15 minute tends to be a little bit more erratic. Especially like how I'm used to like holding for shorter periods of time. Let's just see how it plays out. Oh, and it is the top of the hour too. Let's take a look at it and see what's happening on the 1-on-1. A little bit flat here on the VWAP. See what it does at this level right here. level right here. Just check what's up where that level is on the 15-minute. Because once it hits the 30%, oh yeah, it just hit the 30% on the 15-minute. That's why there's a little bit of taking profit. So see if we can hit this 30% for me. This 50% level right here for me. So yeah, once it hits here, I'm just accepting whatever comes with. You know, if it decides to reverse off of that level. Eleven. What am I missing here? Let's see. See it stay below here. Just like another 5 below that level, so that's good. Below that level. Let's look at what's happening on the 15. They're going to take profit at those levels. That's what we're seeing. So they're going to try to retest this level right here. 15-minute time frame. Okay. If you're already in profit, take profit here at the 30% level. Let's see if it's going to push for that 50%. If you're watching the contracts, you're seeing that it's exactly taking profit. At those levels. So you take profit when it hits here. So it's premium. There we go. Take profit when it's selling this trend right there. Ooh, child. He's on another move. Yeah. That one was a little bit nerve-wracking for me. This would basically be confirmation for the 1 day. Let's look at the 1 day. As it's heading towards 100%. Um, oh my gosh, I have to go, you guys. I'm gonna talk to you guys later. I just remembered. Alright. Trade responsibly, you guys. I'm gonna leave it here on the 15-minute view. I would say Friday, if it hits that 1% level, I mean the 100% level. Just on the 1 hour for you guys. Um, take your profit and go touch some grass. Ooh, look at that. Now I want to come back to power hour and see what they do there. Alright, I'll talk to you guys later.